Hey folks. Hey, good to see you, Roller. I know I had said we were going to stick with the previous run, but I messed up yesterday. The Twitch intake server that I had been using abruptly just stopped working for me, and so the stream kind of got corrupted in terms of what got recorded and what didn't record. And then in the process of trying to reset things, I accidentally killed the YouTube backup as well. So I lost around 15 minutes of footage, including the point when I find a Mackinac in PV. And it was like, ah. But still, like day 8 pushing 9, and we're not going to get forage anytime soon. So it's like, maybe we just have to accept we're going to have to start over again. Anyways. So normally I would not give up, but because we do want a complete archive, we want to at least have this properly set up. So we're going to do it. Yeah, let's see. We need to pull out, copy the code. Okay. Yeah. But we are doing Interloper. I think we are going to continue with the Desolation Point start. I do think the odds are good that this will work out. And we will continue with this setup here. Okay, so this is FTS 2.0 Loper number 3. Yeah, starting early today just because I need to do something. Man, it's been a rough day. Work was like inches of progress. Really not a lot to show for my efforts. Oh, we're starting in a different place than before. We know where we are. Actually, we can quickly go over here. Yeah, ladder picking HRV is a good start. I mean, it is a good start. But yeah, so work was less than productive. And then I had to take my car in because I'm switching the registration over from Saskatchewan to BC since I finished my program. I no longer can gain the benefit of being a student and keeping my registration in a different province. I have to, legally the vehicle has to be registered here. And so just wait a little bit of time here. So I had to take the vehicle in for the inspection, and my biggest concern was that I was going to fail the inspection due to like 2 small dings in the windshield. But as it turned out, I did not fail the inspection for that. They gave me a pass on the windshield, which I was grateful for because that's expensive. No, what I got failed on instead was there's moisture in one of the headlights, which requires a complete replacement of the headlight assembly. And the fog lights for the car, the bulbs have gone out and had to be replaced. And so, and the problem with the headlight was actually when I talked to the mechanic, they said like, well, here's the problem is like the only one that's available immediately right now, the price is over $600 for a single headlight assembly. I'm like, and then he said, like, there's another one that's that we could order. It would take 7 business days to arrive, and it would be $267 for that, plus, installation. I'm like, yeah. So I'm like, no, let's not do that. I'm pretty certain I could figure out a better way to get a headlight. And so, sure enough, I just look online, go to Amazon, find an aftermarket replacement pair of headlights, so I can replace both headlights at the same time for $167 plus tax, so about $175, like $180. Yeah, so I can replace both headlights for $180. It's much more reasonable, but it's not money I was planning on spending. And the fog lights, I bought the bulbs from them, and then decided that I would try to do the installation myself. But when I got home and I looked it up, the installation's not difficult. It's just that I don't have a safe place to do the installation, because it requires getting underneath the vehicle, and I park on the street. So I really don't feel comfortable putting my car up, like jacking up the car and being underneath the car with traffic going back and forth around me. It does not feel safe at all. So I probably should have just bitten the bullet and paid for them to do the installation. But instead, I think I'm going to ask around with a few people I know in the area to see if there's someone that is willing to give me, like, either to do it for me if they're mechanically inclined, or if they at least have a driveway or a safe space that I could do this. Like, the actual work is minimal. There's 2 screws that have to be removed, but it's the angle. You have to literally be underneath the car in order to do this. And so the clearance below the car without being lifted is not enough for me to fit underneath. I just can't fit underneath there. So, but still, it's all this extra money in a month where finances are tight, because I'm looking at the fact that most of my projects at work have dried up. And so I'm running low on things to bill. And I have an editing project that's supposed to start at the end of the month, but I've gotten nothing from that yet. So, yeah, it's a little stressful. And I still don't know. I'm still waiting to find out whether or not I move on to the next stage with this job that I applied for, which would be ideal, because that would put me into, like, a professional position with real money, as opposed to graduate student income, which is not sufficient. Okay. Okay. Be nice if we had a flare or something, or matches. Okay. Well, we at least made it through the night. Okay. Now this puts us a little further away from matches, but it's not impossible. So yeah. Yeah, and just doing the vehicle inspection itself was like $190. And because it didn't pass, I have to go back and have it retested. They'll give me a 50% discount on the retest, so it'll be like $90, but it's still like, this is painful.
Mouth so dry.
Yeah, it is. Cars. Oh boy. Such a pain to get this thing taken care of, but at the same time, just having a vehicle that you can use to get out of the city to do other things that are off of the path, it's really helpful. Like if it's off of transit, then
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
but yeah, it just carves into what I'd set aside as emergency funds is now being tapped into as emergency funds. Okay.
It's so cold to think.
Well, the good news is we see a maple sapling here. If we can find the hacksaw, then we're on our way. Okay, we're still pretty good right now.
I'm starving.
Actually, we don't need the cattail head. What am I thinking? The fire starter feet, so we're fine. Don't need any of that. Pre-cured? No, we can't take the pre-cured. But if we see something that's already cut and on the ground, we'll take that. Okay, lots of visibility here. Yeah, normally I am not streaming on Monday nights, but I have a meeting that normally falls on Monday nights, and the last few weeks the organizers kind of flaked. And so I've just kind of decided, well, if we haven't heard anything about the meeting happening tonight, I might as well go ahead and have a good time and stream. Most of the time I've got little to report back on that meeting. It's just a small group of us who run D&D games in the city. Have a small little, we have like a regular check-in. Sometimes we'll do workshops and things like that, but okay, nothing else here. Oh, more painkillers. No food here today.
Well,
but we do have matches. Look at that, folks. We got matches. We got matches here. We didn't even have to go into Hibernia.
Man, all I can think about is food.
This is going to be a good run. I can feel it. Who's the frozen angler? I'm the frozen angler. That's what's going on.
Come on, little fire.
Okay, so I think we're going to have to spend our at least a couple hours here. We need to boil water, pull torches, warm up. Nope, that was terrible. Yeah, that's equally disappointing. Okay, be a frosty traveler. Be safe out there on the road. Okay, so we currently have 10. It looks like a good time to make a run for it.
I think my stomach is eating itself.
I don't see any bears, so we're going to take our chances and try to get there. Or it's too late. Okay, we just want to get feathers here. Got all these feathers from this guy.
Perfect.
Well, thank you. We'll take the hats. No, we should do it this way. Do the secret room version first. Okay. Off we go.
This will come in handy.
Okay, that's our backup light. Torches for a storm. Let's see here. Huh, and there's our bedroll. Look at that. We'll get there in a sec. Let's see if we can scavenge our other stuff first. That's a day 0 bedroll. Is pretty amazing. This is already turning out to be a much better run than the last one. Now, don't get me wrong, there were a lot of really good things about the last run, but it did not bring us any closer to getting forged. Which is kind of the point of this tournament, is that you need to get forged and shooting quickly. Otherwise, those 50 days are gone in no time. Okay. Let's see if we can find that pry bar.
Come on, little fire. Perfect.
So the trick is that you can get up here like this, then come down, grab the bedroll. We can't take a flare gun, but we just need to work our way out of here. Any way we go, we're going to have to break a bunch of stuff. I guess we couldn't finish in time. Should have done 3 hours.
I think I need to lie down.
Okay, we still need water. Okay, so day 0, we already have bedroll. Let's look once again, see if we missed the pry bar somewhere. There it is. Let's do this for fun. So day 0. TP, found bedroll, and pry bar. Found matches. I can bedroll and pry bar. Did well. Did well. Another flare. All we need now is to find a hacksaw, sewing kit pretty early, or mitts. Mitts would be useful. Oh, there's our sewing kit. More matches. Okay, let's see, what else do we have here? Okay. Maybe we'll do a little bit more water.
Come on, little fire. Come on. Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I guess we can do water again.
I need something to eat.
Okay. We have everything we need. Except for the hacksaw and hammer, but we are already on day 1. And we are rocking it. Too gusty. That's too gusty. I don't like that. I don't know if there's much else. I think we're just going to lose this. Waste another match later. Now we're just going to sleep for a couple hours. So we feel a little bit better. So I've been thinking about what else I can apply to for work if I don't get this library job that I've been applying to. And I think I will put together a resume or something to write to Hinterland and see if they have any use for someone like me. Okay, so let's see here. If we can, we want to snag the toolbox out of the back seat of that car. And we'll have early toolbox too. Especially if it's the good one. If it's the red one, then we're happy. Let's see if we can see the bear. No saplings up here. Okay, quick check in here to see if we've got any useful. I'll grab some coal. Oh, that's a real bonus. Oh, we can carry all this. This is not too bad. Yep, the wolves are around. Guess we should check the lighthouse too. There you are. Oh, there's another one over there. Or is it the same one? Two separate ones. Okay, get out of here. Okay, go away.
Starting to feel numb.
Oh, I guess I forgot to post here, but we're doing a challenge. We're doing a tournament actually called Furry Then Silent 2.0. And this is put together by Chef Maria. We're doing the Interloper division. So we basically have 50 days to start off, forge, and then hunt as much as we can. And so, because of that, the trick is really to get forged as quickly as possible. And then we also get bonuses for accuracy. But we'll worry about that once we actually have a bow and arrow to work with.
Damn, I'm freezing.
We may end up staying overnight here just to... Well, actually, we don't have to. We have a bedroll. We could stay anywhere we want.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, we'll cook some more water while we're waiting.
Come on, little fire.
Okay, let's finish our loot.
I think I can use this.
No, we can't. Well, we could shred it and use the cloth.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Oh, can opener.
My finger. And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, let's see what we can do to repair stuff.
Well, this stuff will come in handy.
What do we have here?
This will come in handy.
Ooh, that was a little close. We'll have to do some repairs and then decide which one we want.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
No hacksaw means most of these things are not going to be really worth it. Okay, so I think we do Katie's secluded corner. I don't think there's anything of value in Scruffy's cave because we found a bedroll already, and that's pretty much the only thing I would bother going there for. Yeah, we still don't have hand wraps, so need to keep an eye out. Or we have to, so if we don't find anything up here, then we will probably end up shredding some cloth and making some hand wraps. So at this point we have neither guts nor saplings down. We don't have a hammer and we don't have a hacksaw. We can get guts here if we take enough time.
Damn it. So hungry.
Okay, let's see. We can shred this one. Unlurk, welcome back. Hey, this is going really well. So we are still on day 1, right? And this is what we have already. We already have pretty good clothing, but more importantly, we have the bedroll, we have a pry bar, we have a can of gunpowder for starting fires, and a can opener already, and we got flares. So we got a little bit too many torches, but that's okay. Yeah, so we started off really well. Okay. Let's see if we can. Yeah, no hacksaw, obviously no hammer yet. We got several boxes of matches already though, so that's good. And we're about to get our first set of guts out of this.
Anything right about now.
So we'll go with this. I wish we had the hacksaw though. It would be getting saplings down already, but No hacksaw. But it's important for us to keep moving. So we are going to...
Feels like night is coming.
We started a brand new tournament run. The last one kind of got garbled last night, or what was it? Not last night. Saturday, I had a weird Twitch fail where it like dropped out, and then in trying to fix the stream, I accidentally like stopped the YouTube recording as well. And so I ended up losing around 15 or 20 minutes of content, and for a tournament run, that's not good. So I decided I'd just mothball that one and start a new one tonight. But it was fine. We were at day 8 on that run, and we still hadn't found the hammer, so it was not going to be a good run. This one is starting off really well. This one, we're on day 1 right now, and we already have, like, I think 3 boxes of matches, the bedroll, a pry bar, and some gunpowder. So starting fire is easy, and yeah, it's kind of a low stress. And then clothing wise, you know, I got to fix up some other stuff here, but we have some sewing kits so we can actually do some repairs. Actually, we don't want to go this way. We want to go this way, because we're going to check the connector to see if the hacksaw's in there. And if the hacksaw's there, then we can really go to town, because we know that there's some maple saplings here. Yeah, that's why I like the DP start for this particular tournament. I think it is actually, if you get lucky, you get very lucky. Now, if you get really unlucky like last time, you get nothing. Because, like, DP had nothing for me. Coastal Highway had nothing for me. I was all over the place. And, or why are we taking the long way around here? Are you also doing the tournament? The Furry Then Silence tournament?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is transfer all of this since we don't need it right now. Let's drop our guts here. And then we're gonna hope, really hope, we find hacksaw in here, and then we can get a sapling down before day 2. Let's see, you set up your thought about it sort of work. Okay. Yeah, taking a break is smart. Okay, that's fine. You know what, if it wasn't for this tourney, you know, I was thinking about, I still want to stream TLD. I would just like, I was starting to run out of ideas for what my next challenge would be. So I was glad the tournament came along, because otherwise it was like, do I scale back my hours? It's a funny thing, because I actually, at this point in time, am starting to have more time in my schedule. And, but I don't know if I want to spend more time streaming, or if I just want to spend that time working on other projects, or if I want to stream something other than the TLD for some of the time. Come on. Yeah, I want to do some collaborative streams. I want to, I just sent a follow-up email to the publisher to see if they were giving me. Um, they hadn't sent me the galleys or the proofs, so before they, usually, good literary publications, before they publish their issue, will let the authors see how their poem or their story has been laid out, and then you give your final approval, and then they run it. So they have not laid out my poems yet, so I don't know when they're planning to release. Like, I don't know how long the backlog is. Oh. So, but usually for most literary journals, if they accept something, it's usually within 3 months that you get published. So, and it's been almost a month, so I figure I've got to be pretty close to the point where they're going to be ready to run it, or run the two of them. Well, that will add two more poems, and then I've got another. I had another two poems in the series, except for once I started looking at one of them, I was like, I don't know about this one. This feels kind of weak in comparison. So I started tinkering with it, and then it's right now it's just a mess. like okay, clearly it's not ready to be sent out. Okay, this is disappointing. We did not find the axe saw here. Could be in the next one though. Could be at the Quonset. I feel like this is a good place for us to take a nap. Don't get sick. Yeah, since it's only 50 days, there's no point in trying to get to cooking 5. It's just not going to happen. So we're just eating and not worrying. Yeah, I want to do more collab. I want to do some collabs. I don't know what that would look like though. I find streaming's kind of an odd thing. It's a social experience in which it's also a one-sided conversation. I mean, people are responding in chat, but it's not like the same as having a real-time voice-to-voice conversation with someone. And so like I don't know. That's what I struggle with. I mean, like the honestly, I think what would be fun to find other D&D players and DMs who would be willing. This is kind of vulnerable, but willing to do like an improv show where we randomly generate like a list of keywords that you then have to build a scene around, and then you narrate the scene, and then you like run a short adventure around like those 3 words or whatever it was. Um, you'd have to configure your headset if anyone needs to hear you. So I think that would be really really fun. I mean I'll show you like some of the stuff that I would be thinking about here. I also feel like this is extra bright tonight. Oops. Okay, tune it down a little bit. So like, let's see here. Okay, so let's see if I can show this off. No, that's not what I want. I guess I have to make a new one here. Application window capture. That's what we want. Oh, I already have that. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can show off what we got here. Okay, so this is like one of the generators that I wrote a while back to do scenes. So let's see, rather than a list, we'll do it this way. So like you'd get like dawn, a wyvern, a carving, or a lonely cathedral, something torn, a bestiary book bound in rich mahogany leather. Or you could do it with people. You get an aged Goliath wearing a stained suit of ringmail, afraid of choking. Or a room description, you might have like in a castle, a lavish bedroom, music and metallic sounds, a devil, and a wall basin and font, right? And so something like that, And then as you would get that, and then you'd have like 5 minutes to whip something together, and then figure out what you do. I don't know. Might be silly. Might be fun. I was like, maybe it's 10 minutes. Maybe it's 15 minutes. But I mean, the point is that you just come up with something really stupid and silly off the top of your head and then run it. Yeah. Okay, let's see what else we got here. We got these guys. I am thinking about, how can I put this? I run a Thursday night D&D game in person, and I play in a Sunday night game. And I currently have my Friday nights tend to be open. And Friday nights are really dead for streaming as well. So that's why I'm like, should I do an online stream game? It's a lot of work. Or should I just do like an online game non-streamed, maybe recorded and then uploaded to YouTube later on, like with some editing, but not necessarily streamed. Because there's a lot you can do, like in editing, to make it a more manageable like show as opposed to that. And then maybe people don't want it to be streamed at all, right? Maybe they just want to have a fun game. And I'm also like, fine. Yeah. The streaming is like, it's complicated because you need consent, you need everyone's technology to be up to par. So that means like their recording equipment, their video equipment, their internet connection all have to be like really good. And so that's a real headache. So that's why, like, running like online games, I do them, a fair bit. I don't mind running online games, but I think like every time you see something that is Twitch streamed or something that's like a video series on YouTube, that's a production. And you can see who's put the time and effort in and who hasn't. And it's money. It really is money to do it. Yeah, so I feel like that's the downside. I think like trying to monetize that too is also challenging. Um, yeah. So I do think that I kind of want to run another game, but I only want to run another game if I can justify it financially. Not that it has to pay me, but I need to be making enough money in other sources that I can sacrifice a whole night to do that. Although I'll be honest, like it's not like my Friday nights translate into, a lot of productive work anyways. So, yeah. Let's see, what else did we want to try? So the work boots would be great if we get them fixed up. I'm worried about tearing up these guys to fix these guys and then failing. So that would suck. So I think I might wait until I find some leather gloves and then I'll shred those, repair that. These are not good shape here. But yeah, maybe I'll run some off-stream D&D games and see if there's anyone who wants to be in something like that. I can do longer campaigns, but I think to start it might be more reasonable to do like a short mini adventure. Okay. What do we want here? So this is... Of course we're out of cloth already. Okay. Well, we gotta go someplace to get some cloth in. It's only going to be 2 sessions. Yeah.
I could eat anything right now.
Okay, we are officially on day 2.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Guess we'll take these guys too. Okay. Then there's a dissection. What? Okay. I'm going to drop some of these here. We will leave this behind. Let's go find that basement. See if we can get some cloth out of there.
Jesus, this is cold. I'm not sure I can carry much more.
New rules. So, there we go. We asked for a piece of leather. We found a piece of leather. Oh, we got our second one. Okay, trying to get out of here now.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because I really do.
Guess we should probably check the car. Figures. Don't go out on me.
It's so cold. I just want to lay down for a bit. And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Hey, EG, thanks for the sub. Much appreciated. Well, yeah, we're doing the tourney. We're doing the tourney. Okay, we're popping back in here because we're gonna lose our torch anyways. And we might as well do... Actually, I guess we can't really do any repairs. Oh, we could try to fix our boots. Yeah, let's do that.
I never thought I'd be dying from starvation.
Still not good enough. Okay. Okay, see you in a bit, Nemesis. So we just wait an hour and see if that storm goes away. Goes. Okay. Yeah, so we're doing the Furry then Silence 2.0 tournament that Chef Maria put together, which is running from October until the end of December. So lots of time to try to improve our runs. So the challenge looks like this. That's the short version of it. There's a link to the full description of the challenge if anyone's curious. Oh, you're over there. Okay. Goodbye. Okay.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Day 2, and we're already into Coastal Highway. Hoping for hacksaw and hammer. Out here. That's what I was worried about.
Sure getting cold.
Well, what we could do here, sleep in our bag for an hour. That worked. No saplings over here, I think. Nope, no saplings.
The cold is making my head feel thick.
So yeah, I think my strategy here is going to be get the hacksaw and hammer, hopefully here in Coastal Highway, double back to Desolation Point since we have the convenience of traveling with the bedroll, and we have guts already curing in Desolation Point. But the maple saplings are biggest. That's the bottleneck. Well, and tools. We need to find some tools. We didn't grab the tools from the back seat of the car on the bridge leaving, well, at the, oops, by the bear cave, which we could have done. Because we're gambling that there's going to be a toolbox over here.
Wait. I'm so cold. I'm warming up a bit.
Yep. Nothing. Not even food. Sometimes there's food in here. Big strikeouts.
This pack is.
Nope. More matches. Yeah, we're at we have 24, 29 matches on day 2. So that's pretty good. Not quite my 100 matches by day 7, but
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
okay. Oops, there's our toolbox. Oh, this is not good. We have not seen the hacksaw.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Oops, I didn't want to use that. Oh, it'll work.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
We could take the jeans, but it's easier to shred the curtains, so we'll do that instead. That's a lot of water. Let's see. Refill that. Okay. Okay, what are our options here? Potato. Okay. Don't think we can make that in the dark. No.
All I can think about is food. I'm gonna need to eat soon.
Okay, so 181. Oh, I don't have time for that. We'll just do the curtains are nice and easy. Well, we've got a long ways to go. We're gonna go long stream tonight, I think.
I gotta eat soon.
No, not even a little tired yet. Okay, time to make the hand wraps. Since we didn't find any mitts. Okay. Okay, we're ready to go.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
I think we check a car or two here and then we get out of here. Not seeing anything. Okay, so we're going to book it out of here. Hmm. Yay!
Oh,
Hacksaw.
lucky day.
We just need the hammer and we're set. You know, we're warm enough. We could just stay here. Oops. It's not getting better. Full-blown blizzard. Well, guess we'll just push on.
getting kind of heavy.
Okay. We have the hacksaw on day 3. Right? Day 3 hacksaw. Okay. Good time for Astrid.
I need to find food.
Okay, let's see how bad it is out here.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Oh, it's windy. Oops.
I'm not sure I can carry much more. This pack is getting kind of heavy.
We could carve larger pieces, but since we have 2 cooking surfaces, this will cook faster. Okay. Our next batch of guts we can leave behind here at log sort. Because we don't want to pull the bear. That would be dumb.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Need to keep an eye out for saplings. So I'm hoping the hammer turns out to be somewhere in here. There's a chance the hammer shows up in the lookout tower, a chance the hammer shows up on a workbench, or at least it used to, over here. I think there's a chance it shows up in the car as well. And then maybe even in one of these fishing huts, right? I don't remember. No. Nothing. Okay, we might as well loot these and see if we can find any new clothing.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Oh, and there's a trailer that sometimes it shows up in front of. Guess we can go there. Wonder if I can drop any of this gear. I'm not sure I can carry much more. I could eat a horse. I'd seen a lot because I love horses. I think I can use this. Hmm. see. Saplings, no saplings. I hear the bear. Which way is the bear going?
I could eat a horse.
Well, that was really dumb. Okay, we have saplings right here. Okay, leave them alone.
This town feels like an empty pit.
I think at this rate we're going to hope for the hammer in the ravine. Okay, at the very least, we'll get feathers from this. See what we have.
And this pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, that's what we wanted.
Come on, little fire. I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Okay, let's see what we got here. Hmm. We'll take a quick peek to see if there's any saplings within range. No. Well, that was stupid. Need to make more bandages too. So those of us just joining me right now, we're on day, what is it now? Day 4. Take that, day 4. And we have now picked up almost everything we need for this run. We are just looking for the hammer. That's the last thing we need. Then we can go forage. So. No, we don't get to forage until we either go back to Desolation Point or move on to Forlorn Muskeg.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter. Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Let's see. $11.
Barely walked with this much gear. This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay, that's good enough for now. Ooh. Okay. We do need bandages, just in case.
Ah, I'm starving.
Yeah.
Man, I could eat anything. I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Still too cold.
Where can I find something to eat?
Okay. That's a deer. Okay, I was like, wolf? Deer? Deer. It's like, what's the wolf doing up here?
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, here we go. We'll see if we're lucky. The hammer is in the cave, in the ravine. Otherwise, we'll have to backtrack and try the other places in Coastal Highway.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
Just Don't drop off the edge. Okay. I think we left the saplings. We did leave the saplings. Oh well. Plan on returning. Okay, keep an eye out here. Saplings. The weather is beautiful. Look at this. Bright and sunny. Visibility perfect. Weather perfect. Temperature perfect. Ooh. Hmm. Let's see if I'm lucky.
not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
Okay, no hammer here. I'm gonna take a short bio break. Back in about maybe about 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Ooh, he's so heavy. We're not doing any fishing. We don't need that. We can get rid of the rope. I don't think I'll be in the other cave, but we'll check anyways. I could also, I guess, maybe? I don't know if we need to check down the rope as well. Something's dead over here. Can't see it. That's interesting. Looks like we can get some guts here too.
Come on, little fire. Perfect.
Okay. So we got some more guts. So I think the smart thing is just to leave guts curing all over the place, since we'll be moving through all the regions anyways. So hey, welcome in, Low Tree. New run. Yeah. This is a new one from last night. Last night I had Twitch decided to like kill the Twitch feed, but it was still streaming to YouTube. And then when I was trying to fix Twitch, I accidentally killed the YouTube feed as well. So then I ended up with about 15-20 minutes of no recorded content whatsoever. So it kind of killed the run, with the sense that it needed to be fully documented, and I had a big gap in mind. So it was like, you know what? I was already 8 days in without a hammer, and I was like, I'm just not going to forge. It's not going to happen. You know, because I'd been in multiple regions and had just struck out over and over again. And I also still did not have a bedroll. And it was like thinking, 8 days on a tournament run with no bedroll and no hammer, I'm just not going to make it. Yeah, Twitch just kind of whatever the intake ingest server was, it was just, it freaked out. Anyways, I like switched to a different one, and it's been solid. So this one's pretty good actually. This started off at Desolation Point as well, and I day one, like this is our day one, day zero Desolation Point. We found matches in the Riken, bedroll, pry bar, and more matches in Hibernia. And then, let's see, I think by day 4 in Coastal Highway, was it in Coastal Highway? It might have actually still been in DP. No, it was Coastal, we had already left. Found Hacksaw. So yeah, there's always matches in Hibernia. It's a surprise to find bonus matches in Riken. So even before we got to Hibernia, we got matches in Riken. So. And bedroll is a good chance, usually for me, a good chance to get a Desolation Point. That's why the previous run was so frustrating, was because it seemed like I had the worst RNG in the world. Except for the very, very end of that stream, which unfortunately did not get recorded, in which I found a Mackinac in Pleasant Valley farmhouse. And it was like, okay. Right now, we have a different problem, which is we have, we found the hacksaw on Coastal Highway, and so for all the saplings that we've run into, Coastal Highway and Ravine have been birch. But back in, we know back in Desolation Point, there's 2 maple saplings that we haven't grabbed yet, so we will probably have to go back and do that. Okay, so last chance here. Firewood. Yeah, there's nothing else here. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to drop I'm going to drop these. Actually, we'll take the saplings with us. The guts will leave. We have guts already curing elsewhere. So these will take too long. We don't want to wait around for them. So, but what can we do here to make our life a little bit easier? We will drop some coal just for future. Yeah. So at this point, I think the wise move for us would be to not stay overnight here, but actually push on through to Mystery Lake and stay in the dam or stay somewhere else. But we do want to loot the train at least. Yeah, the trailers too. But I think we're on track to possibly have. So the guts will be cured. The biggest holdup is going to be the maple sapling. So I'm going to hope we find a maple sapling out here. But this is a birch forest as opposed to maple. So it's a little bit of a long shot. Yeah, I don't think it's usually. I don't think I've ever seen it, so that's why I'm thinking it's all birch. So. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, is see if we can get some maple near the dam.
I've never been so hungry in my life.
Yeah.
I could eat anything.
Big old bird. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. They're always so friendly when you don't have a bow. The moment you have your bow, they suddenly like get all skittish. There's our hammer. We are set.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
You know, we got way too much stuff. Okay, folks, it is officially day 5. All we need now is to get ourselves a maple sapling and we're set. Are there people that had faster starts? Certainly. But this is pretty good for us. It would have been very nice if we had the hacksaw on day 0, because we did see some maple. We just didn't have any means of taking it down. It's... yeah. I mean, for foraging, we might just do that. We could do that, and then we would come back, I think, to... I don't know, it's hard to say. Like, in terms of having the bow... we have the bow all ready to go. Or the... well, the maple sapling's not going to be done anytime soon, so... no, the problem is, like, once you get it, the maple sapling still takes, I think it's typically, 8 days? That's a long time to cure.
It's dusk, so that can't be far behind.
6 days. So the question is, do we go to Forlorn Muskeg? Like, all the other ingredients we'll need will be cured by the time the maple is cured. Because we got birch down in other places, we got guts down in other places. So it's really a question of, like, that's why an ideal run would have had the maple down on near the beginning, just so that you could, everything else would be cured by the time that the maple is cured. But this one, I think, will at least be a viable guessing by day 12. So. That's what I was hoping for. That's the other reason why I spawned in Desolation Point, was I was really hoping for, like, a maple on the beachcomb and maple, and then that would be set. I didn't have time because I was rushing to Coastal Highway, but we could have beachcombed Crumbling Highway to see as well, if there was a...
Oh, so cold.
Well, a blizzard means we won't have to worry about...
I'm not going to be able to carry this load for much longer.
I think we go to the dam and take the free water.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Ooh, nice sweater. Okay, let's drop our saplings down. Yeah, I think at this point we'll just make a run for Forlorn Muskeg to do the forge, and then at least we can travel with the arrowheads in our tools, and might even leave our hammer at Forlorn Muskeg, just so it's nice intermediate, middle zone area.
Well, this stuff will come in handy. This will come in handy.
Probably not, actually. At least hopefully not. Well, that was fast. Woohoo! Maple syrup. Live like kings. Okay, I think we'll rest first and then we'll finish exploring. Okay, what can we stash in here? We don't really need these guys. I think we'll keep our coal. Oh, welcome. Wow, Mr. Nice Gamer. Welcome in, Raiders. Give you a shout out here. See, are you also streaming The Long Dark? Welcome in, folks. I'm Babbaginator. And
I know.
Yeah.
And mom, you can't show your.
Yeah,
feet
I'm
on the internet
Babbaginator.
for
I'm
free.
a Canadian
Okay,
streamer.
that's
Mostly
not how the
Long
internet
Dark.
works.
Occasionally I do
No. We can't talk about that on Twitch. We can't talk about that on Twitch.
But yeah, we're doing the tournament.
It's verboten, okay?
And
all right.
Interloper
No,
division.
you're fine. I love you.
And this, we started the stream tonight with a new attempt because the previous attempt had some technical issues, and yeah, so we're doing pretty well. We're on day 5, but so far within those first 5 days, we have found matches, multiple matches. We've got bedroll, pry bar, hacksaw, and hammer by day 5. So, and we have guts down, and we have birch saplings down in various places. So we got stuff going, but I didn't have the hacksaw when I saw the maple saplings, which was way back in Desolation Point. And so yeah, we're hoping after this storm we can go out and find a couple maple saplings, get those down, and then head to Forlorn Muskeg and forage. Yeah, this is a much better run than the previous run. The previous run I was day 8 and I still had no bedroll and no hammer. I was like thinking this is terrible. This is not. Yeah, no hammer was really rough because it was like I'd searched everywhere. I'd been all over the place and it was just bad luck. And no bedroll was really cramping my style, so. But yeah, here's let's see, to do a little bit about me. When I'm not streaming, I am a writer. I am the author of 2 books of poetry. I also work in literary translation. I used to be a computer games programmer, doing educational games for kids. And then I went and pursued an MFA and a PhD in literature and creative writing. And then for a number of years was a writing coach and manuscript editor. And then recently went back and finished a master's in library and information studies to become a professional librarian. So you got the bow. Yay, bow and arrows. Already got 2. Wow. Okay. Awesome. Yeah, I'll give you a follow as well. Then I can catch you next time you're on. 140% accuracy? Okay, it's chow time. Let's figure out what we're going to eat tonight. We still have no pot and no skillet, so it's all whatever we got here. Oh, someone's using like the time machine to play a previous version. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything in the rules that say you can't do that, but
I'm starving.
okay. What do we got here? So what's better? Festive? Are they basically the same? They're the same. They're just skins. They're just the same thing, but different skins. Well, you know what, Astrid? I feel like this is your thing. Let's go with that. And we'll just drop... I mean, it's pretty lightweight. These are both pretty lightweight. Do we have any leather we can break down here? No. Okay, we'll drop that for now. I want to fix my boots, then I can actually use them.
I've been so hungry in my life.
Don't cross Astrid. You know, she's got the stripes thing. You know, it's like nature says, "Don't mess with me." This is nature saying, "Don't mess with Astrid." Don't do it. Okay, so we've got these guys curing. Should we take them with us or leave them in place? There's... Oh, that's right. We were going to drop... refuel this, and then I think for the sake of our travel, we're going to leave both of these guys behind. I think it's going to be more efficient just to leave these guys. Do we want to raid upstairs? It's still early and cold. Let's go raid upstairs. Okay. Got all this fuel. Might as well just use it. Quickly do the ups. Well, we'll dip down here. Let's see if there's anything useful. There's like never anything useful, but unless we're collecting spree cans. Yeah, we totally lucked out with our desolation spawn because we ended up going to Hibernia, and there's a spot behind a bunch of crates where the bedroll sometimes spawns, which if you don't know about it, it just, yeah, you'll just miss it. And so we peeked back there, and sure enough, the bedroll was there, and it was like, okay, we just have to bust a. You can either bust the crates on the way in, or you can kind of parkour over top and end up next to the bedroll, and then bust the crates to get out. But fancy spancy, yeah. Oh, I keep forgetting about the fact that we now have that ability because I'm so used to the. Oh, it's so true. I didn't even have to do that. Well, anyways, it was extra firewood, but still, it was a lot of calories burnt doing that. I could have just moved them. You can see how long I've been playing this game. I totally forgot about the functionality now that allows you to redecorate. So, in my day, we suffered. Yeah. Astrid was unable to move anything other than small objects with her hands. Now she's capable of redecorating the whole place. A whole lot of nothing. Oops. Now we could go through the lower dam, but there's no point in doing that because there's nothing there that we need. And we're not trying to go to Winding River and Pleasant Valley that way, so we're just going to focus on grabbing some stuff here and getting out. Like, a little bit of food always helps. It's mainly why I'm here. It's just to grab some extra food. Look at that, all that extra food. Yeah, I started playing this game in late beta. So I think the official release was something like August or October, and I was playing in February. How much scrap do I have? On hand already. Well, I'm going to break that one down. I'll break these guys down. I have 9 pieces already. And there's going to be stuff on site. Because I have the hacksaw, I can break down the shelving and some other stuff. So, you know, is the goal for me to is the goal for me to craft as many arrowheads as I can, or is the goal for me to craft like enough arrowheads? This is kind of cold still and gusty. It's going to be a waste of our calories.
I need something.
Yeah, I usually do the doors on the broken lockers. I think we can find some cloth and do some repairs. Still no coat. That kind of sucks. See, the pry bars are a good deal. You get like two. You get two scrap out of one pry bar. Oh, you've been around for a long time then too. Yeah. Yeah, I have now. What am I sitting at now? I am at 3,700, just over 3,700 hours in the Long Dark. And that is mostly almost 2,000 of that, or almost 3,000 of that is Interloper. Okay. How are we doing? We're still got the crappy only 9. Still don't have mittens. How are we doing? 17. They should be done by the time we get back from forging. Okay, we got the trailers to do, and then we have camp office. So we're really just looking for clothing, like a coat would be good.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Yeah, and we're gonna swing by, like look below for the maple. Let's do that first. Yeah, we'll check the truck too. I mean, there's no maple in the truck, but it's just candy bar or something. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Can we go over top? I think we can. Yeah. Looks like we're lucky. Well, that's actually doubly lucky, right? Because we have the deer carcass there, we can actually lay down, get some guts at the dam as well, and then come back and we'll have the full package. We could actually... Yeah. Yeah, I think it's going to be good. I've been harvesting all this tea, but I haven't been making any. This is forced a habit. Okay, let's grab our saplings. Best place to beachcomb. I mean, I think like personally, I like Desolation Point and Crumbling Highway, and Coastal Highway. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to cover on Coastal Highway, but there's also more wolves to deal with. Crumbling Highway, for a small location as it is, actually has a fair amount of beachcombing that you could do. But it is the longest. Yeah, Coastal Highway is the longest one that you could do. Yeah, exactly. Now there is something weird. If you stay long enough in in Crumbling Highway, you discover that the wolves regen really quickly. Oops, we don't want hide. We want. We'll go for a Desolation Point start. Yeah. Yeah, I do a challenge. Those of you who are new here, there's a challenge that I created that's kind of a crazy, fun challenge. If you ever want to visit every single region in the entire game and have an additional challenge, which is that you don't know how long you're going to stay until you arrive, and you roll a die to determine how long you're going to stay. And then after 50 days, those times get potentially longer. And so, yeah, it could take a while to get through. And I finished this challenge. It took me like 32 times, 32 tries to get it done. I kept dying in my last location because I'd end up going to Black Rock as my last place and then getting killed by timberwolves. But I finally finished it. And so, yeah. But that was a lot of fun. But there's nothing like spending like getting stuck in Crumbling Highway for like
I've never been so hungry in my life.
getting stuck in Crumbling Highway for like 8 days. You're like, okay, I have to live here for 8 days. But what am I living on?
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay. Yeah, I also ended up stuck in what was it? Forsaken Airfield for 20 days, and then moved to Zone of Contamination, which was my first time ever in Zone of Contamination. Rolled and got 20 days. And so it was like 20 days in a zone that I know nothing about. And then still had to travel out of there. But it's a good challenge if you tend to get bored on long runs. Having a whole bunch of these micro challenges, like, okay, I have to live here for this many days, no more, no less, and I don't know how long that's going to be until I arrive. So you might move into a region and think, yeah, I'll go to Mystery Lake and I'll have maybe about 15 days. There'll be plenty of time to loot everything. And you arrive and you roll 1. You have like 24 hours. It's like, 24 hours. Well, I obviously can't loot everything in 24 hours, so I'm going to have to prioritize, and then I'm going to have to get out. But the opposite is also kind of fun. It's like the climb down region between Milton and Mystery Lake, I consider a separate zone. And so you can also find yourself stuck there for like, there's like nothing there. Seriously, there's like maybe a wolf and some rabbits you know, and there's nothing else. And so staying there for any, like, it's unlike Crumbling Highway where you can beachcomb. You know, 10 days in, I got that one time. I got 10 days in the climb down. So, like in those cases, usually
Not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
if you know that there's limited resources in a region, you would prepare by packing in some amount of food. Okay, so we can just leave all this here and then come back for it. Actually, the real question is, I think I might need to wrap up for the evening because it's pretty late for me. So we will do this thing. Okay. So we are currently on day 6. And we now have everything that we need. Except for forging. So, let's see, what do we got here? Day 6. So we're pretty, so as long as we can get foraged by day 8, then I think we're gonna be making good time. Okay, so we're gonna wrap up for tonight, but before we go off and raid someone, we are going to do our customary thing, which is I'm a writer. I like to read poetry, and we usually finish up with 1 or 2 poems. I'm going to read first a poem by someone else because that was requested earlier in the stream, and then I will read one of mine. So yeah, let's see. So the request is from a poem from a poet that I know. Okay, so let's try. Okay, this is from my friend Bryn Saito, her collection Power Made Us Swoon, published by Red Hen Press in 2016. This is the last poem in that collection. Elegy with a Blue Wing. When the time arrived for revolution, our hands bloomed white with carnations. The man with the steel and the man with the machete stripped sugarcane from stalks and sat like children to gnaw the fiber. The sun gave up the earth. The world as we knew it ended not in fire, but in midnight darkness of a winter road. We accepted this. A land without light excited us. We used our tongues to taste the embered air, and our shoulders with no armor to to know the wind's direction. Now we walk the length of the forest without you, though some nights you're beside us, and again we're showering in summer light, and again we're lying our bodies across a field of dead leaves in autumn. I wish I could show you how good I've become at counting to 10 by tapping my fingers against hip bones where rain pounds the wicker dark. I know how to breathe underwater now. I know what's beyond the wish we had for a changed world. In my solitude, I'm free to remember you. Some days the memory aches like spice on the heart's drum. Some days it's a blue wing lifting. So that was Bryn Saito, Elegy with the Blue Wing from Power Made Us Swoon. And the last few days we've been doing readings from my second book, but I think this time we'll do a poem from my first book. This is I want to get back into our Canadian winter mood. So this is from my first book, The Lost Country of Sight, which was published in 2008. I know that's a long time ago, and was winner of the Philip Levine Prize. And I'm going to read, we'll read we'll read a very long dark. This is before Long Dark existed, but these poems feel like they fit into the world very nicely. At the end of poetry. First, the high brilliant sky in its perfect cold. The snow laid down in drifts as thin as flame, and the last taste of barbed wire rusting on the post, almost gone. From the memory of one thing comes another. Grief embodied in a scarf whipped free by the wind. The red-tailed hawk spun in the distant sun, the smallest of satellites. The frozen earth complete with tiny lakes of glass. Here, almost invisible against the deafening fields, the remains of a small boat sunk low in the drained slough, forgotten but for the crows and the few final reeds that persist in its shade. These are journeys we never take, but fold back over again, clippings of fires, wars, deaths, rebirths. At night, the coals settle in the stove, the kettle steams. Outside, always a man in a heavy coat, with a lantern in hand, moving through the dark toward the whitening ghosts of trees. There you go. So yeah, I wrote that. I wrote that back in the early 2000s, and well, probably that was 2006, maybe 2005, maybe a little bit later, maybe 2006, 2007, and yeah, that was before The Long Dark existed. And then years later, I'm playing The Long Dark, and I'm like going, why is it that this poem has all these different details that feel like they're straight out of the game, right? You have like the snow, you have the barbed wire and the fence posts. And you can kind of conjure up in your mind. It's like, oh, this sounds like this is the homestead, Paradise. So Paradise Meadows, whatever that homestead is, outside of Milton. It's like, oh, it feels a little bit like that. And then you've got the scarf in the wind. It's like, oh, that's straight out of Wintermute, right? It's the start of the game. And then like other places where we've got the crows and the reeds, and you've got you got the wood stove, the heavy coat, the lantern moving through the. Yeah, so it's just really kind of, I feel like I wrote some of these poems because I spent a good chunk of my childhood in Saskatchewan. And Saskatchewan gets very, very cold in the wintertime. And a lot of the vibe of the long dark resonates with people that grew up in the Canadian prairies, and it's really can be that kind of brutally cold. In fact, there were definitely times, where it was colder outside than it was in the game, because when I moved back to Saskatchewan in 2019 for a few years and was playing the game and, thinking this is weird that it's actually, the game's supposed to be really cold, but there are days in which it's actually colder outside than it is in the game. The coldest it ever got when I was a kid was we had a day where we had these incredibly strong winds, and so between the actual cold and the wind chill, it dropped to minus 63 Celsius. We were colder than Siberia that day. And yet back then, they would still send us to school, and they would also send us out for recess. It's just mind-blowing now. It was like, they just expected us to just tough it out. Just bundle up. Keep moving. Yeah. So. Anyways, we should probably find someone to raid. Thanks for hanging out with us. Thank you once again. All of you that came in with the raid. And thank you, Mr. Nice Gamer 88, for your support and the community here. We are going to, let's see here. Who's up tonight, or in the morning, I guess, depending on where they're at. But who is streaming that we could drop in on? Wow, we have such a small set of people streaming tonight. Interesting. So we could drop in on, there's Wintermute. A few people playing Wintermute right now. Okay, well, I was just looking at someone else and they kind of indicated they're getting ready to wrap up. So let us try a different person then. So it looks like perhaps our best bet right now is Mr. Giggles. So we will try that. What is up with all the... Usually there's more people up, but I guess we're... Okay, well, someone's about to get a big raid. We'll go support people in the community. Thank you all for hanging out with me tonight. If you enjoy these streams and want to follow, feel free to drop me a follow. And I'm usually definitely on Tuesdays. Tuesdays, sometimes Wednesdays, definitely Saturdays. Usually. I don't know. Lately, I feel like I'm going to be streaming more, so you'll see me on more often.